Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's Bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's Bullet, the Canterbury Invader, takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel wins six. One more try. Flashy Jewel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16th pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go about it. It's an unusual Mongolian win. Takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 25 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, Ronald Alley was, as he notched the early daily double for 2 winners, and Stanley Chady Jr. also with 2 winners on the card, including Burrow Down, who destroyed him in the Manitoba Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. And jockey Jorge Carreño, you see, is still on top, but Ronaldo Cumberbatch did have a win also on the card, as did Jorge Carreño. So they're still 9 apart. Stanley with the 2 wins now moves up into third. And then Antonio Whitehall, Chavi and Chow, they're deadlocked at 14 for 4th place. And Jerry Gorno, still 7 wins on top of Shelley and Jared Brown. Winnie Anderson, Tom Gardapi Jr., they're deadlocked behind with 9 wins. Stretch yesterday, chock full of favorites, except for the first and the last race, but a lot of people cashed tickets yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of bookended the price horses. It both kind of figured in there, and then it was as chalky as it gets in there. We knew the big favorite in the stake race. That was expected. Still exciting to watch her run and crush. And it's tough to get a bias when you have such big favorites, because when you're that big a favorite, you're expected to win, and you may just take over late or stalk or whatever. So I didn't really think there was any bias in there. I thought it was, again, another fair track. Great work on the track superintendent with all the crazy weather, and just kind of looking out on the track today looks pretty good. Today's the last chance before the mandatory payout day on Monday. I've got a horse that I think I'm going to scoop it on my own, so we'll see how it goes. Pick 4 today, mid-price range. I think it's going to pay a lot more than it did yesterday.
I don't think it could pay less. Stretch.
Yeah, it probably couldn't pay
It doesn't
less.
look like a lot of $4 horses today like yesterday, though.
Yeah, very true, or even lower on that. So, and there's some, again, vulnerable favorites. We saw a couple of them that we thought could lose, 1 won, 1 lost. So, all around good day. We've got don't forget our show parlay that one of us has been quite successful a couple times. And
I wonder who that is.
And the other one, well, it may be their due. So lots to get to. Should we get started?
All right, let's do it. We're going to kick things off with an allowance race for 2-year-old Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. They're going to go 5 furlongs, these maidens. Scratch number 4, Keystone Cash, and that is the only scratch on the card. Stretch. Who do you got?
All right, so we got 3 boys, 1 filly. I'm going to go with the 2 horse. Important to watch the race out of the 2 horses that have raced. And this is where you can make a little extra money on paying attention on what happened in the race. So the 2 horse was the second most speed, basically pressing Lady Cop, who we then saw win a couple days ago. Did all the work and got tired, whereas the 5 basically had a dream trip behind and got up late. So how I see it today is if the 2 gets out and there isn't other pressure or too much other pressure, potentially get loose, doesn't have to get used, and then the 5 will come late. All that being said, we're going to have to determine, they've only had 1 race each, who might improve more, and we've seen that many times. Some improve, some even regress. So I've got my picks 2-5, and out of the 2 first-time starters, I really like that work 2 back, 48 and 4 on the 1. So I'll give you 2-5-1.
Yeah, a little bit of background on the 1, Love My Life. This horse has 10 siblings, and they're all half siblings. The one that's most accomplished out of them all, the mighty Manitoba bred Langara. Langara was a winner of 18 races, over $250,000 in earnings, and does have a lot of other family members that have speed. Won their maiden allowances, won their non-twos, and all on the front end. So I Love My Life. The mom, in 11 starts, had 4 wins, over $300,000 in earnings over at Woodbine in the restricted races, but was winning going 5 furlongs. So if she runs up to the family billing, watch out for her. And number 3, Prairie Drifter. Naughty Dottie, the mom, had 3 wins. Made about $50,000, just under. This one does have a full sister, and that is Dot Dash Dot, that both me and Stretch have backed in the campaign so far this year, and has run very well and is stakes placed. Ran big first time out after getting left, made a power move. So this comes from a pretty good family, Prairie Drifter. So this is a competitive first race, no doubt about it. But I am going to number 1, Love of My Life, just because of the Langara angle. I loved Langara, loved playing this horse, and made me a lot of money over the years. Royal Commando, I seen the same thing as Stretch last time out, so that's my second selection. And Double Barrel Delight is my third, so I'm 1, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance. Stretch, who do you like?
Yeah, I think it's a small field, but very competitive in here. The 2, I don't know who might be the favorite. It'll be between maybe the 2 and the 3. I've landed on the 2. It's funny how we go to horses that we've made money on in the past, and we can. But I think everybody does that, and that's the same. I'm going to go to a horse that I made a bunch last year, winning multiple times. Why wouldn't you? The horse is 6 for 12 at ASD winning, so at 50%, that's quite incredible to do. Last time this horse I didn't use, but impressed me. Wasn't going to beat my namesake Big Stretch. That horse is a little bit too classy for the bunch, but this horse ran huge, kind of first start over the track this year, and you can see those back lines, just how good it is. I think the horse is going to sit just off, can stalk the potential speed. I don't know if the 4 can get away too far, and that'll be the difference. Now, 3 certainly can win. It's my second selection, and that that's because in case the 2 and the 4 knock heads and the 4 takes a little too much out, then maybe the 3 can get back a beater late. And then the last one, I'll go to the 5. I'm going to back this horse one last time. It's dropping from the stakes. We've seen horses dropping from the stakes race, not showing a lot, and suddenly wake up. And there's a potential that maybe this horse will wake up, and we'll go from there. So 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, I agree with you on number 2, Wits 10. What a big race last time out. But Big Stretch did stalk those leaders, pounce on them, took off. Wits 10 with the strong rally for second. This horse, as Stretch said, absolutely loves Assiniboia Downs. I expected to run a big race, but I did put number 4, Prairie Magic, in my top 2. What I like about this horse, 2 outs ago, went to the front end, got caught late, but last time out went to the chasing roll and hadn't done that before, except going long when it chased Melisandre around, going a mile. But that race was so ultra impressive for me. I like this horse even a little more today. I looked at the harrows as they were doing the racetrack, and what I watched for is the little wave of dirt that comes up behind the harrows. It looks a little bit smaller than it has the last 2 days, so I think this track might be a little tighter and play to speed a little bit more. If that is the case, Prairie Magic just might be able to get away on him, and with that off-the-pace running style last time out, means the horse is more rateable. That could be very valuable on a speed bias racetrack. So I'm taking the 2 and 4, and I like number 3, Blame It On Brew. 2 big races back-to-back after winning, coming from Turf Paradise. So that's my top 3, 2, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. That should soar well over $500,000 today. We have a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 2, Fat and Bitter, the rider Chavi and Chow, as Lionel Camacho Flores yesterday injured his ankle, and he's going to be out indefinitely, so he is off all his mounts this evening.
Okay, yeah, we'll go through it as we go. You can mention that. Yeah, it's girls non-winners. Take note that the 3, because of Manitoba bred, it has won multiple races this year. So if you're wondering how that horse gets in, I'll start with it's 6 furlongs is the key, and there's lots of speed in here. And so that's what I've decided on my top selection, and that's the 4. I've backed this horse a little bit. Haven't been impressed a couple on the closes, but there's just so much other speed that all this horse has to do is basically run evenly and take over. I'm going to get 6-1 at least in this horse, I think. The horse is 11 for 11 in the money, so it sets it up for a nice show parlay in there if you like to bet those show in there. I just think it's such a perfect trip. Yes, maybe the numbers are a touch low, but if they're all battling it up front, certainly can pick up the pieces. The 2 horses I could have put on top, and the only reason I didn't is the horse hasn't won in 2 years and is 0 for 17 at ASD. Yes, it's been racing at a higher class, but it just may not have the confidence, and I think the value will be a little bit low. I'm going to use the horse in there, but to just have it in the pick 5, but just trying to beat that horse just because he doesn't like to win. And then I'll go to the 5 as my last selection, Invader from Canterbury. We saw Canterbury horse crush on the last race on Monday with very similar form. I think this horse has the potential to battle, put the speed, all the other speed away, and try to hang on. It's going to be tough, but I kind of see him running maybe second or third. He's got to take a look at those 11 seconds, and look at Kirt. He's got the horse in second. So now there we go, 4-2-5.
Yeah, I went to number 2, Fat and Bitter in here. Yes, it's going to be a short price, but it is dropping in here. Yes, the horse hasn't won, but this horse used to run in the stakes and run second, third all the time, and finally finds a level to try and win. And if this is going to be the day, this is the time. There is speed to run at. Fat and Bitter doesn't need the front end, but likes to sit close. If it runs that race that it did first time out against Liaison Tune, they aren't going to beat Fat and Bitter today. With Chavi and Chow aboard, he'll notice that this horse runs better towards the front. They might just let Distinct Approval, the 5, the 3, Truly and Terrific, and the 7, Catalina Dreamin', all go battle it out on the front end, because They love the front, all three of them. Fat and Bitter sits behind just ahead of a Star to Be, and Wits Question and Union Smarty might get an absolute dream trip, and that's why I took Fat and Bitter. I do like number 5, Distinct Approval, for the same reasons that you do, Stretch, as Steve Kepplin Jr. brought a horse just on Monday in the last race with a worse form than this one, and won with the greatest of ease, making a power move 6 wide around the final turn and drawing off to win. I really like some of the lines on this one, and it's coming from an 0 for trainer that was 0 for 30 and going to Steve Kepplin Jr., who's banging out about a 25% win clip. So I have that horse and a Star to Be, as Stretch said, disappointed me a lot this year, but just might have the perfect race with all the speed going to the front. If it's a 4-way log jam, a Star to Be sits behind, rallies them all down. So I'm taking 2, 5, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $2,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got in here?
Okay, yeah, we had the girls the last race, now the boys, and in this race we've got a couple big droppers, and if you look at the purses now that the purses have gone up in price, you can kind of play the claiming game a little bit in here. And so if you take a look at the 3-horse, the horse was claimed for $5,000. It's in this race and the purse is $10,000, so you're getting about $6,000 for the win. If the horse gets claimed, you're at $8,500. So basically, if you win this race, you're gonna make some money on this race. So it's a smart move on that kind of angle. It's a little bit of a risk because if the horse doesn't win and gets claimed, then you're in you don't make any money. So it's a fun.
You don't lose a bunch.
You don't lose a bunch.
As long as you finish second.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair comment too. And you also look at the conditions. It goes about non-winners back to a certain date. This horse was just before the date. So horse is well spotted. The figures are there. That last race I'm a little concerned about, but the 2-back was a solid race. I think the horse should be right there. Value's not going to be there, but it's a must-use. Then I'll go to the 4-horse. This horse nose is level, and this is the level. I would say the sharpest horse, at least for this level, made a nice move at 7 furlongs, had the lead, and now is cutting back. So I really like that. You're going to get a nice price in there because I think they're going to look at the 2 droppers in here. So don't leave that one out. And then the last one is the 6. Again, just like the 3, has the figures. I've liked him a few times, but he was very flat a couple starts ago. Again, those flat effort might be good enough to beat these horses just because he's that much classier. So I'll go 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch, on number 3, Camino de Estrella. It's not Jared Brown's usual way of going, claiming horses and taking a big drop. That is my only question mark in here. Yeah, the horse didn't run a great race last time out, but was inside that 5 lengths, 4 3/4, running 5th in there, and they went a sizzling time, 1:11 and 4. I think 1:12 and 4. Definitely, that is good enough to win this race today. So Camino de Estrella with that huge drop, got to put it on top. Put number 6, Call You Tomorrow, in second. This is a horse that ran second for the 35 non-4 lifer, dropping into 25. I don't expect it to be on the front, but if it wants to, it could be forward. It does have some back class and did show a lot of speed in the past at Turf Paradise. But Call You Tomorrow, Steve Kepplin Jr. once again, and taking a small drop from 35 to 25. I think this is another top player at a short price. But I also like number 1, Bell Ringer. This horse has been off for 2 years, but does have a lot of good races down underneath. I like that allowance non-2 lifetime win at Fauner Park, and ran a couple of good ones at Lone Star also before being shelved, and that was a bad race in the end, but off for 2 years. Probably something happened. Scratch that one off. This horse can run short, and coming out of the Jerry Gorno barn that's absolutely on fire, I can never leave a horse like that out. So I took 3, 6, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5. This $7,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Number 2, Arousing Go. Make the jockey, Leroy Nelson. Stretch, what about this one?
Okay. I think we've got potential controlling speed on the rail. and the horse is running the best in the field. I think it's completely the one's race to lose in here. She's back to her form last year. If you look at around this time last year, she was in a couple stake races, almost winning a couple of them. She's just looking so sharp in here that I think she's going to be tough to beat. It's not going to be a big value, but it's just kind of one of those prime plays. Now, if somebody decides to go after her, maybe that changes it up. For yes, the bombs away, stretches bombs away, race a horse of the day. The horse, you're going to think, how? I can see Kirt's thinking, who? And the reason I'm using this horse, the horse is coming out of a very tough race. Just throw out that last race. 2 back was not a bad race at all. The horse is 5 of 9 in the money at the distance, so I like that, and has a workout coming in. So, of course, I'm looking for some long shots in here and some angles, and there's some races back at Century Mile going 7 furlongs that are good enough to win this race. So, yes, the 1 is my kind of A horse, and then looking for the long shots to maybe beat her. I'm going to use her in the pick 5. I suggest nobody else use this horse in the pick 5, so then I can get the pool. Am I allowed to say that, Kirt?
Oh, sure you can.
Sure. All right.
I don't think anybody will listen to you.
Nobody's listening, and they probably don't like the horse anyway. The last one, I'll go to the 2 horse. I think this horse potentially gets a dream trip. If there's a battle up front, this horse should sit right along the rail and just kind of be ready to pounce. And it's simply the trip and the position. So I'm going to go 1, 7, and 2.
Yeah, I do like your top selection, Fox Appeal. Beat these horses last time out at a low price. Hung on to beat Blame It On Brew. And, but I think there's a horse that might be able to possess a little more speed, and that's number 4, 2 Steps Faster. What I really like about this horse, the first time it went around 2 turns, actually ran a really good race. And it surprised me that the horse ran that good. When it came back to run the same distance, I said, this is a prime play. And sure enough, 2 Steps Faster did end up running another big race, only got beat by a half a length to DARPA, and then the next time easily drew off to win by 4. This horse does not need to be on the front, can be in a stalking role, as it did draw off to win by 4 in a stalking role, but I think this horse will be forward. The sprinting, I just don't think it's a sprinter anymore, and it'll want to go around 2 turns. Well, it is going to get it today. So I'm going to put it on top at a price with Fox Appeal for second. And I also like number 6, Don't Get Smart. Last time out, had to sit a little bit too close. As kicked a little booty, went to the front, and they chased. So didn't have that big punch at the end. But the previous start was a good one. Second beat in a length. As the horse rallied from back, the further they go, the better this horse gets. Even though it is jumping up, I'm throwing it in as a late rallier. So I'm taking 4, 1, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, an allowance non-2 lifer for the boys. 3 and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 4, Stormy Summit. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, yeah. So over the last week or so, we've talked about key races and tough fields that the horses have been in. And talk about a key race, that's the 3 horse in here. Yesterday was when we saw Not Afraid crush a field in there, chased and took over. And then we also saw Call the Cops run a real big race as well next out. So that's kind of the key for me. It says how good that race was in here. That last race I watched the replay, and it was a nice even race, and that's after not getting the lead. And I think that shows me that the horse is one of those not need the lead types anymore. I think the horse has completely improved from last year and has figured out how to run. The figures are right there. So it's easily my top selection. And then I kind of went long shot hunting again. And I went to the 4. And the reason was the last time went way too fast last time and finished up quite terrible, in fact. But I like using these type of horses because the jockey realizes the horse has had enough, went too fast. Everybody looks at that last race and says, oh, it's 6th beat in 24. It's irrelevant. The horse showed some speed. 2 back was a nice race if you watch that on the replay. So I used that one right there. I really think the horse is going to be stalking and kind of be right in the mix at a bit of a price. And then the last one, I'll go to the 5, is I think the horse is an improving horse. And this spotted the field too many lengths last time. The horse has got to be a little bit closer to have a chance. And so had a nice move and kept coming along. So certainly can also be in the money. So I'll go 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch, on number 3. Crown Royal has done no wrong this year. 2 big wins and then a 3rd place finish to a hot horse. And I think this horse is just improving. I like that we're seeing some of these speedball horses adopt an off-the-pace running style that makes them so much more valuable in a lot of the races. They don't just have to jam to the front. They can sit right in behind, make a move. I think Euro Silver Biz is going to show a lot of speed. Stormy Summit will. So I think they're going to kind of hook up with Crown Royal right in the fray, but it doesn't have to battle heads. I think it could come from just off of it, and that's going to be good enough for me for it to be the winner. I also like number 5, Livery Man. Terrible break out of the gate, but another speed horse that has shown off-the-pace ability. It didn't give up, and it kept fighting down the lane. It only lost to Impressive Sense by a length of 3/4 in the end. If it can get out of the gate a little bit better, I think this one can definitely show a little more. And number 6, Oscar the Gulch. This is a horse that both of us liked two outs ago when it ended up breaking the maiden by 2 lengths. Last time out, ended up just being a little too tough as it battled on the front end and tired. Ronaldo Cumberbatch jumps on again. He does have a win in a second on this horse, so he knows it very well. If you're looking for bombs away, 12-1 morning line, that's why I took 3, 5, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 1 mile. Number 7, In the Deep, make the jockey Arthur Badou stretch. What do you got?
Yeah, I always like how the racing secretary sets up cards, and full credit here at ASD that kind of understanding how the bettors are. That's what it's all about in here. The owners and trainers don't really care what race they're in, whether it's 5.
Well, some do. They don't like the last race.
Oh, all right, there you go.
They got to get up early in the morning, sometimes 4:30.
So then they don't like being in the last race. But
Not usually.
No, anyway, the good point. And that's what I like. This is a tough race. We've seen this so often on the Wednesday, especially a competitive race like this. We've got a rematch from July 13th, but take note, we're going from 7 furlongs to a mile. That is a big difference for some speed horses. The sprinters can sometimes carry the speed, and the closers need a little bit more time. I'm going to start on the 2. This horse was the beaten favorite last time, and I thought, again, was a little bit too far back. And did make a nice even move. Horse's 3rd start off the layoff coming from Woodbine, and it showed me enough that I've got to use this horse again, just because it was too far back, spotted it. It was a favorite last time. Kirt was on it. I liked it too. He's now jumped off it. We've noticed when he jumps off horses, they win big odds. So here we go. There's my top selection. I'm then going to go to the 1 horse as my 2nd selection. Had a dream trip last time. Should get a dream trip again. You can't leave this horse out. I don't think you're going to get value. I like that Kirt's tried to beat him just like I did. Again, a nice show parlay or a place bet, but because of that dream trip. And then the last one, I'm going to go to another horse that I like in the past and been waiting to go around 2 turns, and that's In the Deep. And the horse has the class and is the closer, so if there's a battle up front between the 3 and 8, certainly can set it up. If this horse is anything close to the morning line of 20 to 1, for me, it's an absolute must play. So I've got 2, 1, 7, but actually I think all 8 can win this race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There is speed in here, some good closers. I went to number 8, Monstradamus, came out of a compact field last time out, but ran an absolutely huge race. They sizzled on the front end, a half mile, 46 and change, 112, and was right there in 46. And then the closers came, and only 1 closer went by. Life's been good so far, and that was a horse dropping from the 2nd level allowance to the 1st level allowance. Ran absolutely huge, maybe sometime was sitting on a win and couldn't go by those suicide fractions and the horse that was pressing. So I think this horse will sit near the lead, not necessarily on it, but near it. And the way it just showed good staying power last time, I got to use it in my top 3. I do like number 1, Uncle Mo's Cat, but the dream trip and couldn't get up. That was my only problem, as Himmelstein, Dazzling Mischief, they battled it out, and old Uncle Mo just couldn't go by. Yes, it's going to be a short price. Do I think it's going to get a good trip in here? Most definitely, but it just hasn't showed me that heart to be a top pick. And I like number 4, Really Slow. The horse is moving up the ladder, back-to-back wins, keeps looking absolutely impressive. Yes, their speed to run out again today is what really slow needs. So might as well throw it in for third. I'm 8, 1, and 4. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 4, Keystone Cash. That's race number 1, scratch the 4, Keystone Cash. Now turning your programs to race number 2, just a couple overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Number 2, Fat and Bitter. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Once again in race number 3, number 2, Fat and Bitter. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. The pick 5 carryover, just over $485,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 2, Arouse and Go. Make the jockey Leroy Nelson. That's in race 5, number 2, Arouse and Go. The jockey Leroy Nelson. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 4, Stormy Summit. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. That's in race 6, number 4, Stormy Summit. The jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Number 7, In the Deep. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. That's in race 7, number 7, In the Deep. The jockey Arthur Badu. Well, it's rounded out to be a beautiful evening here in Winnipeg. We did have scattered showers throughout the day. Stretch.
That's all.
Hey, it's all about me
It
today.
is. There's Stretch, a little bit of sun on the side. It was scary clouds.
Yeah,
There
there's
was
no
some-
stretch in there. There's just a little yellow dot. That's all that is. A mix of sun and cloud. The temperature, 16 degrees Celsius or 61 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast. Fast race track for this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. And we're kicking it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 20 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening, and be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the Jackpot Ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place at about 9:30, and the current jackpot is $2,000. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Wednesday card of racing with the maiden allowance race for 2-year-old Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch number 4, Keystone Cash. Stretch starting it off with the babies.
Yeah, exciting race for the 2-year-olds. It's always that way. And the fun part is you've got 2 first-time starters, so you've got the owners and trainers saying how good they are, and there's no doubt they certainly can be. But most times you go in a race, yes, there's only 4 in here. You probably ask all 4 of them, and all 4 of them think they probably can win. And so you see the early money on that horse. Hey, that's great. That's exciting. I've gone in a different direction to the 2-horse, and just because I've seen him run and ran a really nice race first out against already stakes winner in Lady Cop.
Beating Russian Pearl by a whisker at the wire. The Manitoba breds running 1-2. That yearling sale coming up on August the 21st. These are the kind of horses that are available in there. Lots of money on the line. Okay, you can keep talking.
No, that's okay. No, that's good. It's great information.
And
you get
these
to watch.
Manitoba breds have been the ones that are ready to go.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And so, I've taken the 2 over the 5. If you're looking at the 2 horses that have raced, and you're going to say, well, the 5 beat the 2, and the reason is because this horse pressed on the outside. It was showing speed early, doing all the work, and then the 5 had a nice trip behind and waited for the 2 to get tired and passed him late. So I'm thinking this time the 2 could get out, get a bit of a breather, and keep going. Now, who knows? Maybe this 1 and 3 have a bunch of speed, and that could affect the 2's chances. But we're going to find out, and that's how the 5 could turn the tables. Also mentioning 2 and 5 have only had 1 start. 1 could really improve, and 1 might stay the same. So it is a wide open race in here. I'm going to definitely land on the 2 at 7-2. I think is a more than fair price.
And I'm going to take a shot on the 1. I Love My Life, taking money on the board at 4-5. The mom had 11 starts, all at Woodbine, 4 wins, 3 of them in restricted stake races, all going 5 furlongs, and made over $300,000, has 10 siblings. The one that has made the most, that's Langara, who's a half-sibling, 18 wins, over $250,000 in earnings. Made a lot of money on Langara throughout the years. And Langara, the one thing the horse liked to do is win. As you can tell, it is a big one, big, good-looking gelding in there. And I Love My Life. I really like that workout out of the gate, the half mile, 48-4. And then they had a nice breeze in 38-4. So that's why I'm leaning to the 1. The 3, Prairie Drifter, if you didn't follow our show, does have a full sister, Dot Dash Dot, who first time out ran a really big race, not a winning race. Well, if it would have got out of the gate, it might have had a shot to win, but made a power move in there. Me and Stretch followed the horse back, didn't do so well, but then ended up running well in a stake. So the mom had 3 wins, over $46,000 in earnings, and the 2 fulls. The other one's My Last 20. Yeah, and that horse showed speed every time, but didn't break the maiden. So that's a little bit on Prairie Drifter. But I'm with you. I like the 1, I Love My Life, and I like Royal Commando because of the same reasons as you did. Press Lady Cop. Lady Cop came back to win. Russian Pearl was the horse that sat dead last. Split horses late to get second. And Royal Commando looks like a really good one. I put it in second. And Double Barrel Delight in third. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 1, Stretch. What do you got?
We're going to make it real easy, a win bet here, and I like the horse quite a bit, so 30 win on 2.
30 to win on 2.
Yes.
That's a nice, easy one. And I'm going after the early daily double. I'm betting a $5 double. I'm taking the 1 and 2 in here. And in the next race, 2 and 4. That'll cost you $20. You want to bet a $1 one? It's only $4. And, of course, it's Show Parlay Wednesday. I got to try and beat Stretch one of these days. I had a good bankroll going last week.
Yes.
After 5 races, I was at $64, and then I hit the tank.
It happens. It happens.
Well,
all right. How about you go first?
Okay, I'll go first. I love Langara, so why not go with the half brother. I Love My Life, so I'm going on number 1. 10 to show on the 1. Stretch, even money now.
Yeah, stuff that they were
Look
watching.
you were hot in the last couple days. Well, actually,
we'll see.
we both were.
We
so-
both were, yes. We know what the price is probably going to pay on this one, but 10 show on the 2 just to get things started, try to build up the confidence.
Make our 50 cents.
Yeah, that's okay. It's somewhere to start. Play along with us, whether you start at $5 or something.
Even $2.
Even
Why
$2.
not? It's a
for
lot
sure.
of fun.
Exactly. See what you can build it up to.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The 2-year-olds are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is I Love My Life, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Royal Commando, owned by Christina and Oslin Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Prairie Drifter, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Leroy Nelson. Number 4, Keystone Cash was scratched. Number 5 is Double Barrel Delight, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Shady Jr. Holds time for race number 1 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, here we go. 2-year-olds going 5 furlongs. Always exciting when the new horses, you just never know if you get to see a budding superstar. I've landed on the 2 horse. Really liked his first race out. Just showed me enough that the horse, I think, has even more speed to offer. Should go a little bit farther and just improve that much more. That's the horse I like the best. The 5 is a horse that we know can get the nice trip, sitting behind potential speed. And maybe the firster that got some early money. So I'll go 2, 5, and 1.
At stretch, I'm taking a shot on the first-time starter. Number 1, I Love My Life. Did take some early money on the board. Now sitting at a juicy 3-1. Has a family that wins early and wins going short. Does have a flashy workout coming in on July the 6th. 48-4 out of the starting gate. So I'm going to make that one my top selection, and I like number 2, Royal Commando, off that good race last time. So I'm 1-2 here in race number 1.
It's post time.
I Love My Life leads the 2-year-olds into the starting gate. Next up, Royal Commando. Just 2 left to go. Prairie Drifter's turn. And just waiting on the even money favorite, Double Barrel Delight, to the outside. Royal Commando a bit fractious in the starting gate. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, I Love My Life. Away well out of the starting gate with Prairie Drifter. In between horses, 3 wide, Double Barrel Delight, and Royal Commando, the early trailer. About 2.5 off the lead. But it's I Love My Life and Prairie Drifter. These two banging it out through an opening quarter of 23 seconds. Settled back in third on the outside, Double Barrel Delight and Royal Commando. The early trailer, I Love My Life, is loving the front end as they hit the head of the lane and is up by 4. Prairie Drifter trying to eat into that lead. A late rally by Double Barrel Delight. But this is all I Love My Life. Great debut and gonna win by 6. Second's gonna go to Prairie Drifter. Third to Double Barrel Delight, and fourth to Royal Commando. The Stewards are posted number 1, I Love My Life, as the race winner. Second goes to number 3, Prairie Drifter. Third to number 5, Double Barrel Delight. And fourth to number 2, Royal Commando. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs. A quick 59-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the impressive winner here in race number 1. That's number 1, I Love My Life. I Love My Life is a dark bear, brown gelding, 2 years old, by Kentucky Bear. Out of the mare Midnight Shadow by Trajectory. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Number 1, I Love My Life, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles Folliard. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chasey Ace place, which helps raise money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you can win $100 if you pick either Joker. And you're guaranteed $25 for every other card. Tickets are $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1, Stretch. I love my life. What an impressive display. We're going to see a lot of good things from this one.
Oh, that's the name of the horse. I just thought you loved your life.
Well, I do right now after picking that winner.
That was good. And there's
We'll see later on in the card if I still love my life.
Very true. There's something to learn. You notice we talked about early money. If you're unsure what that means, that's early on that a horse that's probably going to be a longer shot shows up with the odds are very low. So it's basically people like this horse and they don't want to miss out. So they may bet this at an hour before post time, put their money on, and it showed that. Just
and it was 4 to 5 early
4 to
on.
5 early. You even commented. And so that tells you, now it's obviously not far from always right, but it's just kind of a sign of certain horses. You sometimes see it, and you make note of that. And sure enough, and then it ended up getting to the price that you kind of thought the morning line would be. Well, actually a little higher. And then they bet down the too late, which you expected to be, because based on his first race, which the horse didn't have a great trip, maybe even regressed a little bit, but well, we'll tab that horse for next time.
Even the 3 ran a good race.
3 ran a good race, yeah.
Ran like Dot, ran a good pressing race, but stuck around for a big piece of things. Good things to come from these Manitoba breds. All right, on to race number 2. Compact field of 5, Stretch. What do you like?
Yeah, so we got the fillies going, or the girls going 7 furlongs. I do like a horse in here quite a bit, in the sense of I know all the horses well enough that there's not as many surprises like in the first. I've landed on Witt's 10-10. Mentioned on ASD Live that I've been able to cash some tickets on this horse last year and over the years. 6 of 12 first at this track. There's a term called horses for courses. This horse is definitely for this course. And in the last race, I didn't even use this horse last time in my exactor. I liked the winner, but didn't use this one, and impressed me. And I always mention that horses that impress me, that I didn't really like, I really pay attention to. And that race, first start over the track, coming from Lone Star, was such a good race. Outside trip, that's my top selection here. 3 to 1, I will take that all day long.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I seen the exact same thing. Big Stretch was a big favorite. Got it done easily in there. But Witt's 10-10, that impressed me also. So that's why I put him on top. But I also like number 4, Prairie Magic, longest shot on the board. What does she bring to the race? Well, she brings speed in a race that really is lacking some early gas in here. Yes, she is only a non-2-lifer going against open horses, but I don't have a problem with that. What I really like about her is last time out, she didn't get the lead, and she finished so well that she almost caught Thrill of the Night, only lost by that narrow head. We've seen some horses do that as of late, and what has happened, Stretch?
Yeah?
Zenheim,
exactly.
Perfect example.
Perfect example.
And what did it do? It hit the winner's
circle.
So Prairie Magic, if she gets loose on this field, we can't tell if it's playing a speed today, but if it is, she just might be able to go all the way.
And that, yeah, I agree with you. That she almost made my top picks in there for sure. And I was humming and hawing. That's how tough this race is. I like all the horses in here. 2 is my top selection, but I will mention the 3 is who I do have listed as second. If Julie can find there we go. If the 2 and 4, if the 2 thinks, you know what, I've got to go after the 4, then that's how I think the 3 potentially could win this race. It's going to be a bit of cat and mouse game in here because it's a small field, and usually only the jockey and trainer really know what they're going to do in here. Actually, more it's just the jockey, because you don't know.
Trainer can say anything, and then those gates open, and the trainers are out and the jockeys are in.
Correct. So I think the 3's in the mix too. That's the favorite. That's about the price that I think you're going to get. That one out of horse?
Yeah, another horse to look at. Number 1, Aramon, was a winner 2 outs ago in the 10,000 non-3 life condition, running down Little Miss Zach, who ended up going down south and getting a win. Last time out, the race was just plain and simply too tough, as Interesting Times dropped from the second level allowance to the first. and ended up getting it done in there. Just a Tap In was running well, and That's a Lot of Bling was an Invader out of the Jerry Gorno barn. So Aramon didn't run a bad race at all. You're getting 4-1. The horse should get a rail trip in here, and that is very valuable going the 7 furlongs. Chavi and Chow looking for the early double.
Yep, for sure. And the last one to mention that I do have listed is DARPA. This horse is your back class. We've seen the stake horses run well. This horse, the last race I wasn't a big fan of. 2 back was okay. Going the 2 turns is much better. You can see last year was right there. That Escape Clause race against Imperial is a monster race. Run back to that one, and she certainly can win the race. It's just a matter of, is she going to wake up or need another start? Because you're not going to, normally you would not get 3-1 on her in this field.
Well, DARPA does get a tongue tie on. Maybe that little equipment change can help. But let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, well, I've got to recover. I'm going to try it again. A win bet here, 30 win on 2.
And myself, I'm going to do the stretch. I'm going after the pick 3. I'm going to take a 2-4 in here with the 2-4-5 in race 3 and round it off in race number 4 with 1-3-6, a $1 pick 3, $18. Okay, show parlay time. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Not to worry. I have been eliminated, but I made sure I had some extra car change.
All right.
And so Beth is helping me out because
she has to.
She has to after that. Car change reload, 10 show on 2.
All right, myself, I'm going to the longest shot on the board. Number 4, Prairie Magic. I'm going to try and double my money early. I have $11 to show. Try and get up to 22. When you get the long shots, that's where you get the better show prices usually. That's what I'm going to try and do. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Your last chance to scoop the cash before the mandatory payout on Monday, Manitoba Derby night. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brendan McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Wits 10, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Blame It On Brew, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Prairie Magic, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Giddens with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Running out the field is number 5, DARPA, owned by Wanda Hicks, trained by Shelley Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 2, 3 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, in this the second race, we have the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse. And that horse is number 5, DARPA. Number 5, DARPA, the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, a compact field of 5 fillies and mares going 7 furlongs. Very competitive. You can look at the odds of the board, well distributed in there. I've landed on the 2 as my top selection. I like the value at 3 to 1. She simply wins races at ASD. She's won 6 already in only 12 races here. Great first race against a very tough competition last time out. I think the competition in here is a little bit less than that. So if she gets that stalking trip, makes the move, watch out. Others to consider is the 3, and the dropping class horse is the 5. So I'll give you 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 2, Wits 10. Big race, loves the Assiniboia Downs, wins half the races. When she does race here, maybe a little bit of speed to run at. That's with number 4, Prairie Magic, my second selection. I don't think there is any other speed to go with her. I like the way she came off the pace last time out for the first time in her life and showed good staying power. She makes the front end, steal it. I'm taking 2 and 4. Good luck here in race 2. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch the exciting start of a live thoroughbred race, this is the closest that starting gate gets to the grandstand. Feel free to collect along the chain link fence and watch the exciting start of a live thoroughbred race. If you don't want to go in this race, you will have one more opportunity in race number 5. Aramon is the first to step into the starting gate. It's 10. She walks in. Next up, Blame It On Brew in the middle, the current 3-2 favorite. Two left to load. Prairie Magic. And just waiting on DARPA to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Wits 10. Showing a little bit of speed in between horses, Prairie Magic. To the outside, DARPA. Makes it 3 across the track early. Blame It On Brew sitting behind them, watching the early action. And Aramon with a real hugging effort is the early trailer, 5 lengths off the lead. Battling on the front, DARPA to the outside, and Prairie Magic through an opening quarter in 24-4. Another length and a half behind, Blame It On Brew. Wits 10 in between horses, and Aramon moving up the rail. Throw a blanket over this field as they're coming up to the 3/8 pole. And Prairie Magic has found a little more and opens up by a half a length. DARPA back to second. Aramon on the rail in third in between horses. Wits 10 starting to show life through a half in 48-4. Blame It On Brew is the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. On the inside, Prairie Magic looking for a seam. Aramon on the far outside. Wits 10 just blows on by. Wits 10 at the 16th pole. It's going to carry on for the win. The battle is on for second. Looks like DARPA's going to get there. Third is going to go to Aramon, and fourth to Prairie Magic. The Stewards have posted number 2, Wits 10 as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24-4, the half 48-4. 6 furlongs, 114-1. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128. Results of the photo show number 5, DARPA, finishing second. Third goes to number 1, Aramon, and fourth to number 4, Prairie Magic. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2. That's number 2, Wits 10. Wits 10 is a chestnut filly, 4 years old, by Drums of Thunder, out of the mare Tate Hill by Graham Hall. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Number 2, Fat and Bitter. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Once again, in this third race, number 2, Fat and Bitter. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Jackpot Pick 5. There's no changes in race 4. Turning your program to race number 5, number 2, Arouse and Go. Make the jockey Leroy Nelson. That's race 5, number 2, Arouse and Go. The jockey Leroy Nelson. Turning your program to race number 6, number 4, Stormy Summit. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. That's race number 6, number 4, Stormy Summit. The jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Turning your program to race number 7, number 7, In the Deep. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. Once again in race number 7, number 7, In the Deep, the jockey Arthur Badu. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering starts right here. In race number 3, they go to post in 19 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention back down to the winner's enclosure. Wayne King from the CTHS in the middle, Blaine McLaren on the left, and Darren Dunn on the right from ASD. The CTHS Manitoba, HBPA Manitoba, and the MJC are proud to announce a newly created monthly program that recognizes racing performances by Manitoba breds and the respective trainers. At the end of each month, points are awarded and calculated, with the winning trainer receiving a $500 cash prize. Yeah, Devin, you got the $500, and a $200 gift card for ASD. The May and June race came right down to the wire, and that was Devin Gittins right there, edging out Lise Pruitt by only 2 points, followed closely by Fred Rawson, who did finish in third. We'd like to thank everyone who does support racing in Manitoba, and also remind you to mark your calendar for August 21st, where 34 Manitoba bred yearlings will be offered in the annual CTHS Manitoba Yearling Auction. Also, ladies and gentlemen, keeping you back down at the winner's enclosure, we have some HBPA milestone achievements. Shannon Dolly from the HBPA is giving a special commemorative framed win photo presented first off to Marvin Buffalo. Congratulations on win number 200, which took place in June of 2022. All right, next up, Blaine McLaren from the HBPA with Mike Taphorn. Mike Taphorn, been around Assiniboia Downs only for a few years, but he is now over the milestone of 100 wins, which he did get in August of 2021. Congratulations, Mike. And Shannon Dolly again from the HBPA with Michael Nault, who also got 100 career wins in June of 2022. Congratulations, Michael Nault. And there's one more big one, Wendy Anderson. Not in the winner's circle today, but she got her 300th career win on August of 2021. Congratulations to all these trainers on your HBPA milestone win achievements. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And this race number 3 is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of 3 to 7, those races, those 5 of them, you're going to win the whole jackpot, which currently sits at $485,000, which will be over $500,000. And if there's more than one winner, a consolation will be paid out, and the jackpot will keep growing. And as it does grow, the ASD Jackpot Pick 5 has a mandatory payout day. That is this Monday, August the 1st, Manitoba Derby night. If it isn't won this evening, and that pool for the mandatory payout is expected to exceed $1 million. Point claimed for $10,000 was number 5 DARPA, claimed by Henry Witt Jr., trainer Jerry Gorno. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares, 3 and up, and our non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 2, Fat and Bitter, make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Look back at race number 2, Stretch, Wits Tenny 10. Great rally to get the win.
Yeah, she wins another one at the track. It was a good rally, nice turn of foot on the turn, and you kind of saw that once she got out there, she was starting to explode, and recognized that from the past. It was
Had a pace battle up front with Prairie Magic. I thought she might get loose. She didn't, but she ran a really good race.
She ran a very, very good race.
I like that race that she ran, and next time she goes around 2 turns, she'll definitely benefit from this one.
I'm with you. Whenever you take a long shot, you see a race like that, you said, okay, I picked a good one. It just, the race didn't go my way.
All right, on to race number 3. Who do you like in here, Stretch?
Okay, it's another wide open race. Good, kicks off the pick 5 sequence. I'm going to land on the 4 here at 9-2, basically because of the race shape. And so I think that there's a fair amount of speed in here, and she's going to sit just off the pace and try to make her late run. She's one of those that can have a bit of turn of foot. She hasn't shown it as much as I would have liked to. Her second race was okay. Her third race was, again, kind of right there. But just because of how the race, there's so much other potential, other speed. We know Truly and Terrific is going for sure. The 5 horse coming from Canterbury has speed. We have the outside horse that's been off about a year, going to show some speed. Just gets the right trip. Maybe not the best horse in the race or the best figures, but could get the best trip.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I went to number 2, Fat and Bitter, actually getting a price right now at 5-2. And I'm going back to that first race she ran this year for $7,500, stalking Liaison Tune, and just getting beat by just a tap in. Either of those horses, solid 1-9s in here, would win by many. Fat and Bitter, yes, coming off a couple of bad defeats in the last 2, but this is a huge drop in class down to the 25 non-winners of the year, so that's why I put her on top.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I absolutely think she has a great shot to win in here. I'll go to the other. Well, we're both on this 5, the Invader from Canterbury. We saw the Canterbury horse win on the other day, on Monday. Like you said in ASD Live, this horse has even better form.
Definitely does.
The only maybe disadvantage is there is other speed, so that could cost the horse a little bit. Doesn't finish as well as I would have liked, but certainly can keep going. So right there.
Yeah, I got the same 3, and Truly and Terrific. As you see, this horse has already won 2 this year. 1 was Manitoba bred, so that doesn't count. And the other one was for $1,500, so that doesn't count against the $2,500 because less races aren't considered. Truly and Terrific came off the pace last time out, which kind of surprised me, and hung on for the win easily by a length 3/4. But this is a much tougher race today, so that's why she's not in our top 3. Let's go to our wagers. Jackpot pick 5 times Stretch. Time for me to get the whole pool. I'll give you $5 after.
All right. Well, you're missing my super long shot of the day. Here we go. 2, 4, and 5 in this leg. We both have that. We have 1, 3, 4, 6. I have 1, 3, 4, 6 in the 4th. I've got 1 and 7. 1 will be the favorite. 7 will be the long shot. Then I've got 3, 4, and 5 in the 6th. And I've got a lot in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. It's $86. If you don't want the pool, leave out the 7 and just play 43. But get a group together, play that. Who knows? Kirt?
And myself, I took 2, 4, 5 in here with the 1, 3, 6. Then carrying on to race number 5, 1, 4, 6, and 8. Then 3, 5, 6, 7. And then in race number 7, I ended off with 1 and 8. That ticket, $57.60. Well, I'm dead too in the show parlay. But I hit the early double, and I got lots of card change from this week. So I'm going to reload, and I'm going to go to number 5, Distinct Approval. $10 to show on the 5.
Excellent. Beth helped me out in the last one. She's helping me out again. She's going to the 4. 12 show on 4.
Beth, you going to the 4? I don't know if I trust Stretch here.
There it is.
Oh, it is. 12 to show on the 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. horse on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Union Smarty, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Fat and Bitter, owned by Wayne Dare, Bernie Green, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Truly and Terrific, owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is A Star to Be, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Distinct Approval, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Wits Question, owned and trained by Steve Gaskin with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 7, Catalina Dreamin', owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Jackpot pick 5 wagering starts right here in race number 3. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. The girls sprinting, going 6 furlongs. A nice 7-horse field. We do have a favorite. I'm going to go to a bit of a price horse, and that's the 4-horse. I think she's going to get a nice trip. You won't see her at the front. She'll be sitting back in about 5th or 6th and try to make a late move. We need those early leaders to go fast and get tired. If they do, she could be right there. The 2 is the deserving favorite at now 6-5. I'm not a big fan of the value. You might want to use here as a bit of another long shot that could be the speed of the speed. That's the 4 coming in from Canterbury down south, 4-2-5.
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 2 on top. Huge drop in class for Fat and Bitter. She brings a lot of nice races to the table here, but it's the huge drop that is everything. 6-5, that's pretty well what we expected. And I also like the 5-horse Distinct Approval. Steve Kepplin Jr. had a winner with the Canterbury horse on Monday. This one has better form, big time speed. Might be able to steal it. I'm going 2-5 here in race number 3. It's time. Star to be. She'll be the first one to enter the starting gate. A Star to be getting a little extra help as jockey Antonio Whitehall has hopped off and on the pontoons. The front gates are now open for A Star to be. She's almost in. A Star to be being a little stubborn. Antonio Whitehall even helping out on the gate. And she's now in. Next up, Union Smarty on the inside. Fat and Bitter, the current 3-2 favorite. Walks up and in. Now Truly and Terrific's turn. Sheldon Chickness now hops off Truly and Terrific. And he'll hop back on once she's in the starting gate. And she's now in. Sheldon climbs back aboard. Distinct approval. Walks right in. 2 left to load. What's question? And just waiting on Catalina Dreamin' to the outside. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Fat and Bitter shows some good early speed, as does Catalina Dreamin'. To the outside, Truly and Terrific is a stalker today in third. Union Smarty fourth on the rail. In between horses, a Star to Be, Distinct Approval. Getting a 4 wide trip, and the early trailer, Wits Question, about a 10 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Catalina Dreamin' had an open advantage lead, but now getting company from Distinct Approvals, looking her in the eye on the outside. Truly and Terrific back to third, Fat and Bitter, trying to sneak up the rail in fourth. Then it's back to a Star to Be, Wits Question getting rolling, and Union Smarty on the inside, Distinct Approval now takes over as the leader by 2. Fat and Bitter with clear running room on the inside, but Distinct Approval has a big lead. Wits Question with a late rally. Distinct Approval is going to get it done. Fat and Bitter second best. Third's going to go to Wits Question, and fourth to Union Smarty. The Stewards have posted number 5, Distinct Approval, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Fat and Bitter. Third to number 6, Wits Question. And fourth to number 1, Union Smarty. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, that's number 5, Distinct Approval. Distinct Approval is a dark bear brown mare, 8 years old, by With Discretion. Out of the mare Unbridled Approval, by With Approval. Owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes, but we'll give you the rest of the changes for this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 2, Arouse and Go. Make the jockey Leroy Nelson. That's race number 5, number 2, Arouse and Go, the jockey Leroy Nelson. Now turning your programs to race number 6, number 4, Stormy Summit. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. That's race number 6, number 4, Stormy Summit, the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 7, In the Deep. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. That's race 7, number 7, In the Deep, the jockey Arthur Badu. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. Well, Assiniboia Downs is pleased to announce that in the month of August, Mondays are family fun nights. Betting on Manitoba Derby Day each Monday evening from 6:30 to 9:30, the kids can come enjoy free bouncy castles, face painting, and live entertainment. Once again, that's the month of August, where every Monday is family fun night. And you better hurry, just under 13 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with more than $2,000 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5 right now. And remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $2,500 was number 2, Fat and Bitter, claimed by Stella Racing trainer Stephen Gaskin. And also claimed for $2,500 was number 4, A Star to Be, claimed by B&J Stable trainer Shelley Brown. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We have a $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Quick look back at race number 3. Well, Steve Kepler Jr. did some shopping at Canterbury, and it was good shopping. He's 2 for 2. That was a nice win by distinct approval.
It was, and when I do my figures from other tracks, it had that middle move, and the only thing why it wasn't my top selection is all those seconds. But it made such a big move and got to the lead, it couldn't find anybody, so it just kept going. Nice spotting, nice purchase, spotting the horse in the right spot. I think that horse can win a step up.
Oh, definitely. I think it can too, but just by the way it ran. All right, on to race number 4, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, it's a scary one here. We both have the same selection. Both happens to be on the favorite. This horse has the class. We saw Fat and Bitter in the last race with some class drop down and run second. Same kind of thing here with this horse. Not going to say the horse is not going to win. It's just has the class. 2 back, ran a really good race. If it was coming in off that last race, I said, take it to the bank. This is your winner. And then last time, kind of ran evenly and didn't fire. Yes, it was against $5,000 horses. The figures are okay. I just like to sometimes see a little bit more. I am taking it because I think this horse is the best horse in the race. Should get the right trip. Should be there. Not a big win bet for me here at that price, but a must-use in the pick 4. We both have the horse in the pick 5.
Yeah, I like it, but I won't take a short price because this isn't a typical move for Jared Brown. He likes to move him up or leave him at the same spot. He's taken the cut in half from the $5,000 he claimed it for in for the $2,500, but the race it ran in was a tough one, where Singing Crying Dubai was in the Jared Brown barn, at least for a brief period of time, 1 win, and then claimed off him. But this horse is in the right spot to try and get it done. But I also like number 6, Call You Tomorrow. This is a horse that ran 3rd in the 35 non-winners of the year, going around 2 turns, and then last time out, Soul Obsession ended up going wire to wire, and it was a decent rally by Call You Tomorrow, coming off the pace to run second. Steve Kepler Jr., well, he's got a couple wins in the last couple days. He's going to try and go back-to-back. He's a great horseman. So this one also taking the drop from 35 to 25 today. So Call You Tomorrow has to be respected, and pretty good odds right now at 7-2.
Yeah, and you talk about him as a trainer. You just look at the percentages here. He's 15 of 21, add the now 16 of 22 in the money.
Yeah.
So he knows where to spot him. And so that's so important. Recognizes that maybe 35 is close, but if I drop, it's watch out. And so, yeah, of course I agree with you on that selection. The horse I took that's running at this level and just kind of running game, that last race went 7.5 furlongs, and that's the 4 horse, if Julie can find the 4. There we go. Pressed on the outside. I like that. Went 7.5. That's 2 turns. Got the lead and then got tired to a closer. That was one of your top plays, Barley Boy. Barley Boy's a big-time closer. This horse ran almost too good to lose in that race. So I think that's a must-use in there. If the other 2 don't fire.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That race before that was good against Soul Obsession, who came back to win, and Proud and Loud jumped up to 3,500 and ran a very game 4th place finish in there. So yeah, Yodeler's Way. Another horse that I do like, number 1, Bell Ringer, is taking some money on the board at 4-1. Has been off a couple of years coming into this race, but has done very well at the distance. A win, 3 seconds and a third in 7 starts. Has a nice allowance non-2 life win back at Fauner Park going 6 furlongs. I don't expect this horse to show any kind of speed. I expect it to rally from off the pace. Has decent workouts. That's a nice workout on June 22nd, 36-1, and then a 5 furlongs in 102-4. I'm not worried about the layoff because Henry Witt Jr. has a nice big farm. I think he has 2 of them down in Texas. So this horse, I think, came in fit and ready to go.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Are you looking to see if there's blinkers
That's
on
exactly what I'm looking for, and I don't think so. Maybe a really short.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether that's blinkers or screens.
Yeah, exactly. So that's never worn it before. I agree with you. I like the workout pattern coming
Maybe
in.
you should run down there and look.
We'll look when we call it out there.
Okay.
You can. Maybe you'll mention it in a 30-second blast if the Dustin calls it blinkers. Anyway, yeah, I like the progression of the workouts coming in. Horse looks great in the paddock. So, yeah, I'm hesitant on the 2-year layoff, but the price is right. And, yeah, so then you've got an Invader on the 2-horse at 10-1, basically kind of a quarter-horse type horse. Likes to go short. Probably will show some speed. Yeah, it's always a bit of a guessing game coming from Lethbridge. We've seen some of the Lethbridge horses come in. Limited success, but it is at the lower level, so you just never know that that could be. You better mention your horse there.
Yeah, my old guy and I are in here, just like me, old, 11 years old, hasn't been able to get it going this year. Did have a really good year last year, did have only one win, but was knocking on the door 6 other times, was 7 for 11 in the money. Anair, off that last start, going to be tough to play in here. If he can ever get it together once again, he could be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you're right. We saw the 5 in the last race come from a little bit back. That's where Anair is going to come from.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Pick 4 time. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, so...
Oh, we both spent some money.
We spent some money. I like the sequence. I think it's going to pay pretty good. I've got 1, 3, 4, 6. I've included your layoff horse in here. And then I've keyed the 1 in the 5th. Notice on the pick 5, I have a couple horses, so I can win, still get the pick 5 pool for $500,000. Then I won't worry about this. Pick 4. 3, 4, 5 in the 6th, and a mittful 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. I just got to get to that last leg and be in good shape.
And myself in the pick 4, I took 3 and 6 in here. Then I took the 1, 4, 6, 8. Then the 3, 5, 6, and 7. Rounded out with the 1 and 8. My $1 pick 4 is $64. And show parlay, well, my car change is back alive. I'm at $12. I'm going $12 to show on number 6. Call you tomorrow. Stretch, out of car change?
Out of car change.
You don't want me to lend you $10?
No, twice is the stressful of finding car change. I heard Mitch and Adam's car is open. Get some car change. But I'm going to save it for Monday.
All right. Yeah, we need a lot of money for Monday, Derby Day. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back in race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Bellringer, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Phil Power, owned by Leonard and Bessie Bourne, trained by Jay Buffalo, with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Camino de Estrella, owned and trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Yodeler's Way, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is Anair, owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Call You Tomorrow, owned by Drop-In Racing and James Keplin, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., with Sheldon Chickanis. Rounding out the field is number 7, Jovial Destiny, owned by Glenda Frank, trained by Lee Delaron, with Praven Badri. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, we had the girls going 6. Now we got the boys going 6 in these non-winners condition. We have a big favorite here on the 3. On paper, this horse looks pretty good. You just have to decide why the big drop. It's a sharp trainer move. I like that. Should be there. If can run back to the last couple races, shouldn't have too much trouble with this field. I'll give you a bit of a price horse on the 4. Really good race last time, showed a lot of heart, pressing on the outside, making the move, tiring late, sets it up 4-1. That's kind of the value play here, 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the 3, Camino de Estrella. This horse is taking the same drop that Fat and Bitter did in the last race from 5,000 to the non-winners of the year for 2,500. And if it runs the same race as last time, I think it'll probably win as it was in 5 lengths. You gotta like number 6, Call You Tomorrow, a hot trainer, Steve Kepplin Jr. And my long shot is number 1, Bell Ringer on the inside. I'm gonna give you 3, 6, and 1. Good luck here in race 4. bell ringer. The first one into the starting gate. Phil Power also is in. Next up, the 4 to 5 favorite, Camino de Estrella. She's in. Yodeler's Way's turn. Next up, Anire. Two left to load. Call you tomorrow. And just waiting on Jovial Destiny to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Bellringer. To the middle of the track, Yodeler's Way shows some speed with on the inside Camino to Estrella. On the rail, Phil Power makes it a threesome battling it out. Call you tomorrow, stalking those leaders. 3 lengths back, then it's Jovial Destiny on the outside and Anire on the rail and well back to Bellringer after the poor beginning. 3 across the track with Phil Power, Camino Estrella, and Yodeler's Way. Now the 2 of them on the outside go by. A small lead for Camino de Estrella. Yodeler's Way to the outside. Phil Power still not giving up on the rail. The half 46 and 4, and Call You Tomorrow trying to reel them in. Camino de Estrella and Yodeler's Way. Call You Tomorrow with a big late burst. They hit the 16th pole. Camino de Estrella on the far outside. Call You Tomorrow. Those 2 at the wire, too close to call. Third's going to be Yodeler's Way, and 4th to Phil Power. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 4. The Stewarts have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 and 4, the half 46 and 4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113 and 3. Results of the photo show number 6, Call You Tomorrow. As your race winner, second goes to number 3, Camino de Estrella. Third to number 4, Yodeler's Way. And 4th to number 2, Phil Power. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 4, that's number 6, Call You Tomorrow. Call You Tomorrow is a dark Bear Brown gelding, 6 years old, by Arch. Out of the mare Trout River Red by Indian Charlie. Owned by Droppin' Racing and James Keplin. Trained by Steve Keplin Jr. and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chicken Ass. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 and 3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Steve Keplin Jr., who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Steve Keplin Jr. And ladies and gentlemen, that inquiry was into the start of race number 4 concerning number 1 Bell Ringer. And after reviewing the films, the stewards deemed that the one did receive a fair start, so the inquiry sign was removed from the board. And ladies and gentlemen, here is that inquiry tape from race number 4. Pay special attention to the post position number 1, the red, closest to the rail. As you see when the gates open, this is the North Tower head-on shot. Let it roll, guys. And as you see, the horse just stumbles coming out of the gate. Once again, watch the one horse, stumbles twice coming out, but did receive a fair start. So that's why the inquiry sign was taken off the board. Well, be sure to check out the new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. In the upcoming 5th race, number 2, Arouse and Go, make the jockey Leroy Nelson. Once again, in this 5th race, number 2, Arouse and Go, will now be ridden by Leroy Nelson. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 5. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $7,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Number 2, Arouse and Go. Make the jockey Leroy Nelson. Quick look back at race number 4. Wow, another close finish. And for those of you who don't watch Assiniboia Downs that much, the reason I didn't call the 3 as the winner, even though you're watching it on the TV, when they are that wide, the outside horse always has the advantage. And that's after 35 years of experience. So, Stretch, do you think the same thing?
Yeah,
I stay in the same spot all the time.
And I watch it on the 3rd floor in my same spot, and I did think the 6 win because I've seen so many, but I agree with you.
Only when they're wide.
yeah.
If they're really tight together and it looks like the inside horse got the nod, it usually does. But if they're really wide, it's amazing. It looks like the inside horse got it, and the outside horse wins by a long neck.
Yeah, and you don't want to give out the winner and then be incorrect, and then the people think
like the other day I did it.
and then the people think, yes, Kurt's called it. That must be official.
Yeah, no.
Kurt's race call has nothing to do with an official payout.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
I can't be right 100% of the time.
Very good.
At least the wife tells me that every single day.
Here we go. Let's go. Race 5. I do like a horse quite a bit in here, and that's the 1, Fox Appeal. We're going 7 furlongs, which is 2 turns. It's fast to the turn. And so you want to get positioning in here, and I think this horse is going to get good positioning. The horse went to the lead last time. That was one of those races that there wasn't lots of speed, and then the Carino just gave the horse a great ride. And
No, it was a perfect ride.
it was a perfect ride. And then a couple of the other races that race first out this year started to realize this horse is back to herself from last year. Raced in the Jack Hardy, went to the lead, did get tired in the Chantilly, chased Melisandre,
who was undefeated.
Yes, so she absolutely belongs. I think she's in the best race form right now. Certainly, other things can happen in the race, but if she runs back to those last couple, I don't think she can be beat.
Yeah, I do like her in here, and that rail draw, a huge advantage. But I'm taking a chance in here. I went to number 4, 2 Steps Faster. This is a horse that was always a sprinter. And then last year, they decided to go around 2 turns for the first time, 7.5 furlongs, and actually ran a really good race in there, 5th beaten only 3 lengths. And then everything came together as the horse ran again 7.5 furlongs, only got beat by a half length to DARPA, who dropped into that condition from the stakes races. And then the comeback race was a stalker and drew off to win by 4. And then went to Century Mile going around 2 turns, battled every step of the way, only lost by a half a length. I think this horse is going to get much better with this stretch out, and that's why I put it on top. And right now, 5-1, I'm loving those odds.
Yeah, it is good odds, and you're right. I did like that horse. It's in my involved in some of my tickets. I'm going to go to my long shot of the day, and understand this is a long shot, so don't run to the wickets and bet lots. I'm searching for it, but I'm just looking for a price.
Well, if it does win,
yes.
yeah, we know what you're going to say, Stretch.
That's true. Very true.
I told you so.
No, I wouldn't do that, because then I can be wrong in the next race. Blues Roar, 7 horse. Why would I take this horse? There's a few different reasons. Take a look at the distance, 3 of 9 going the 7 furlongs. The horse is dropping from much tougher fields. Hasn't run that well. The last race completely toss out. The last one did run even. The first race out was against Liaison Turn. She's a runner for that level. A speedball going short. Was only 5 lengths, using basically the Kirt rule, and I like that rule. Also, after a poor effort, then the trainer goes with a workout. Wendy Anderson gets the work. I think this horse might wake up today, and if you do, you get paid. You get paid handsomely. And look at how good he looks there.
Yeah, I got another long shot in here, too. That's number 6, Don't Get Smart. Here's a horse that closed like gangbusters 2 outs ago to run second. Last time out was a little too close to the pace, but Kick a Little Booty went to the front, and all the speed stuck around for a 1-2-3 finish. Don't Get Smart likes going the distance, so 6 starts at the distance, a win, 2 seconds, and a third. Here at the Downs, 3 starts, a second and a third. Would love to see some action on the front between the 1, 2, and 4, who can all show speed in here. So Don't Get Smart, I think, is a good long shot.
That's fair. My other long shot, I didn't think there'd be this high of a price, is the 2. I thought the horse could sit just off along the rail if there is a bit of a duel, pick up the pieces, and end up in the money somewhere.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
I'm going with a $1 trifecta wheel, 1 with 2 7, which are already long shots. And then why not bring another long shot for third to make it pay. It costs $12. It's worth it. Wide, like I said, one's my top selection, and then the other ones fall into place.
And myself, I'm going after number 4, 2 Steps Faster, 20 to win on the 4, loving the 5-1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. And my show is still alive.
Yes, it
I
is.
almost forgot, Stretch, because you're out. So I'm going 13 to show on the 4, 2 Steps Faster. Good luck, and we'll see you back for race 6. horse on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Fox Appeal, owned by Ira Donald and King Kirt, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Arouse and Go, owned by Bernie Green, David Galloway, Jerry Gowdy, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Catwalk Queen, owned by Corrine Draper, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Lorena Bugeaud. I got it right, Lorena. Number 4 is Two Steps Faster, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is NJ's Brass, owned by Don Sandoval, trained by Lee Delaron with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Blues Roar, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8 Tuscan Damsel, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Praven Badri. Post time for race number 5 in 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $2,500 was number 3, Camino de Estrella, claimed by B&J Stable, trainer Shelley Brown. Also claimed for $2,500 was number 6, Call You Tomorrow, claimed by Courtney Ross, owner-trainer. And ladies and gentlemen, in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase Ace, we've drawn a winning ticket. That winning ticket number 0954. Once again, the Chase Ace winning ticket number 0954. You have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end, but don't throw away your tickets, because if winning ticket 0954 does not show up, there will be a redraw. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Go. The girl's going 7 furlongs, fast to the turn expected. The one is your favorite and expected, so I do like her. She's been running lights out the last few races. She's back to her last year form. Not a big price here, but I think she's going to be the winner. Let's find some long shots. My long shots start with the 7. A little bit off form, but there's a workout coming in, likes the distance, figured out this track a little more. That's the 7. The 2 horse is going to be the Rail Trip at 11-1. She could be there. So if you can get a 1-7-2, that's a nice payout. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I also respect number 1, Fox Appeal, but I'm going after a little price in here, and I think that's number 4, 2 Steps Faster. I think this horse is going to appreciate going around 2 turns, getting away from the sprinting, where she really excelled last year. So I like the 4 with the 1 for second. Good luck here in race 5. Fox Appeal, the current 4-5 favorite, steps into the starting gate. Next up, Arouse and Go. Catwalk Queen's turn. 2 steps faster. She walks in. Next up, NJ's Brass. Don't Get Smart, ready to go in. Now just 2 left to load. Blues Roar. Blues Roar being a little bit of a handful behind the starting 8. She's now in and just waiting on Tuscan Damsel to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of that track, 2 steps faster. Goes out to secure the early lead by a length. Settled back in second, Blues Roar. Arouse and Go on the rail in third. Back and forth, 6 lengths off of it. That's going to be Fox Appeal. Another length and a half, Don't Get Smart. And then a half length is going to be NJ's Brass, Tuscan Damsel. And the early trailer, Catwalk Queen. 25-1 the opening quarter. And 2 steps faster. With the lead by a length. Fox Appeal now has moved up into second on the outside. Arouse and Go hugging the rail in third. Making a move, Don't Get Smart in fourth. Tuscan Damsel going 3 wide in fifth. 49-3 to the half. And it's on the inside, 2 steps faster. But Fox Appeal now goes on by and pokes a nose in front. Fighting back, 2 steps faster. Tuscan Damsel is 3 wide and trying to mow him down. A short lead for Fox Appeal. On the far outside, Tuscan Damsel, lots more to offer. These 2 coming to the wire. Fox Appeal fighting back and is going to get the win. Tuscan Damsel second best. Third's going to go to Arouse and Go, and fourth to 2 steps faster. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 25-1, the half 49-3, 6 furlongs 114-4. Time for the 7 furlongs 128-2. Results of the photos show number 1, Fox Appeal is your winner. Second goes to number 8, Tuscan Damsel. Third to number 2, Arouse and Go. And fourth to number 4, 2 steps faster. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 1, Fox Appeal. Fox Appeal is a gray-roan filly, 4 years old, by Cairo Prince, out of the mare Foxy Sarah, by Even the Score. Owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128 and 2. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 4, Stormy Summit, make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Once again, in this 6th race, number 4, Stormy Summit, make the rider Sheldon Chickeness. Late double wagering kicks off here in race number 6. Our premier night of racing is this Monday, August the 1st at 7:30, featuring the $100,000 Manitoba Derby presented by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. This night of great racing also includes free family fun events. There's going to be bouncy castles, face painting, live entertainment for the kids, plus a Manitoba Derby sweepstakes with a chance to win a $100 win wager on the winning horse in the Derby. That's this Monday night, August the 1st at 7:30. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $7,500 was your race winner. Number 1, Fox Appeal, claim by Calvin Britton, owner-trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6, kicking off late double wagering with an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 4, Stormy Summit. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. A look back at race number 5. Fox Appeal never got out of the gate great, but a great ride by jockey Jorge Carreño to fend off a late closing Tuscan.
Yeah,
Donzel.
I thought he did a lot of things correctly. He didn't rush the horse up at the start, which sometimes you do after a poor start. Just got him outside, made a move. Kind of saved just enough left. 8 ran a great race, a nice improved. That horse is an improving horse, and that horse will be tough next time for sure. I'm going to make a bit of a bold statement here, Kirt, and go with the pick 5 is not going to be won tonight by 1 ticket.
That's a real bold statement there, Stretch.
I don't have any stats in front of me. It's just a feeling. So I'm thinking it's important to build your bankroll today, to get ready, find your partners for Monday.
Oh, yeah, the partner thing's always good to have going into it.
For sure.
We're going to have a power-packed Derby card on Monday. All right, Stretch. Okay, how can they make some money here in race number 6?
Well, we'll start with our top selection. That doesn't mean you have to bet the horse to win. There's many ways to make money on a race, and that's the 3. Crown Royal, talked about it on ASD Live, on basically coming out of a key race. Couple good things. Not Afraid yesterday came back and crushed, and I also liked the time of the race. It was a fast-run race, so you know that's a live race. The horse that ran second, Call the Cops, didn't win, but ran a really good
Fourth.
fourth.
He ran 4th, but he made a power move off a 47 and change half going a mile.
Fair, yeah, and he was right there. So trying something different. I think he's going to win his next start. I also like that this horse didn't get the lead and ran evenly to, like I said, Not Afraid. So that's, again, tells me the horse is much improved from last year. The 4 years old, and I've seen this with horses many times, that some just develop at 4 and become a racehorse. I think he's become a racehorse.
No doubt about it. I really like Crown Royal in here. You can go to the front, sit close, doesn't really matter. I'm thinking it's his race to lose, just not like in a 4 to 5 right now. Another horse to look at, number 5, Livery Man. 9 to 2 on the board. This horse was a winner 2 outs ago as it battled on the front and drew off to win by 2. And then last time broke slow out of the gate, which it has done quite a few times in the last 6 starts, 4 times, but made a really nice rally down the lane to only get beat by 4.5 in the end. But I think Livery Man almost wants to do that in this race with the speed of Euro Silver Biz, Stormy Summit, and Crown Royal, all possessing good early speed. Livery Man, I think he'd be better just off the pace.
I agree for sure. I think that when he won, he was just much the best and kind of inherited there. My long shot is on another cutback angle. That previous race, almost a cutback angle horse lost in a 3-way photo. So I'm going to go to the 4. Showed crazy speed last time.
Crazy is right.
Yes, way above par for that kind of speed. I like, as mentioned, that the horse didn't finish very well. Well, of course you're not. Think of if you were trying to run a mile race, but you went, a 100-meter dash. You're going to be out of gas. That's what this horse did last time. 2 back. good race, rated and ran evenly and kept trying. I think the horse is going to come somewhere in between. 11-1 is more than fair value. I'm using this horse with the 3 and the trifecta and exactor, and of course your 5 as well.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, had a bit of a price, 8-1. Number 6, Oscar the Gulch. Had 2 good races, actually 3 good races back to back. Lost the Timely Ruckus 3 outs ago, 2 outs ago. Got the win, beating Strong Belief. Was since come back to break the maiden. And then last time out, pressed the front end, but wasn't able to stick around, beating double digits. I'm expecting a better race out of Oscar the Gulch. Ronaldo Cumberbatch seemed to get along with this horse really well, so I'm expecting a better showing.
Yep, I'm with you. Let's go to the 7. Just looking. Thanks for everybody jumping in on the pick 4. There was over almost 92,000. There's only $18,000 left, and it's well distributed. Yes, 3 has the most, but you can see there's going to be some decent payouts going if you can get through this. Like, we'll talk about impressive sense. No, I didn't see any excuses last time. We kind of liked the horse a little bit to be in the money. And I don't know, maybe the race was too tough, and it shows how good Not Afraid was and Crown Royal.
Horses sometimes just run flat efforts, so I'm not putting too much into that one. I think this horse can definitely run good.
I agree with you, and you're going to get paid for it because now it's at 13-1, and that's how you sometimes get the long shot. You throw out the race and go from there.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch. Starting it off with you.
Just a $3 exactor box, trying to beat that somebody that's just put a couple bucks on the 3 to make them 1-5. Boxing 3, 4, and 5. Both I've got those. That's the 3 I have in the pick 5.
And myself, I'm doing a triactor box for $1. 3, 5, 6, and 7. That'll cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is Euro Silver Biz, owned by Martin Yeroshak, trained by Rick Wise, with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Something Elusive, owned by Clint Wilson and Judy Bradley, trained by Clint Wilson, with Siobhan Bell. Number 3 is Crowned Royal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Stormy Summit, owned by KBC Racing, trained by Marvin Buffalo, with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 5 is Livery Man, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Oscar the Gulch, owned by Blair Houston, trained by Maria Stanford, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 8, Wit America, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Arthur Badu. Post time for race number 6, 3 minutes away. And in tonight's Ultimate Chase the Ace, David J. went to the board and selected the 8 of hearts. So he took home $25, and the jackpot stays alive, over $2,170 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, an allowance field for the boys that go in 6 furlongs. Nice competitive event. Yes, the 3 is the big favorite at 4 to 5. On paper, looks tough. Figures are there. Comes out of a key race. Should get a stalking trip. Lots to like, but there's a lot of other good horses in here. So let's look at a couple long shots. I'm going to land on the 4 at 16 to 1. Cuts back from the distance. 2 back was right there with a couple of the other ones in here. You can't leave that horse out, and even the 5 in there, that horse will be coming late. So I'm going to give you 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like number 3, Crown Royal. 3 really nice races, all back-to-back. Did lose to Not Afraid last time out. There's nothing wrong with that. As Not Afraid has since come back to win again in the 10-on-3 very impressively. So I think Crown Royal is the one. I do like a couple long shots in here. I like Oscar the Gulch to run a lot better. And Livery Man at 4 to 1. If he gets out of the gate, got a better chance. Good luck here in race number 6. Silverbiz leads the field into the starting gate. Something Elusive, the first-time starter, walks in. Next up, the even money favorite, Crown Royal. Stormy Summit is the next one to go in. Now Liveryman's turn. Oscar the Gulch goes in. Now just 2 left to load. Impressive Sense. And just waiting on Wit America to the outside. They're all in. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Liveryman. And on the inside, Something Elusive. Showing speed on the inside, that's Euro Silverbiz. That easily gets a lead by a length and a half. Settled back in second, Oscar the Gulch with Impressive Sense 3 wide, 4 wide to Wit America. Settled back in behind them, Stormy Summit and Crown Royal running together. And it's Liveryman and the early trailer, Something Elusive. The opening quarter, 22-4. And Euro Silverbiz still running easy with the lead by 2.5. Crown Royal in a drive from second. Liveryman making a wide move in third. The half, 46 seconds. They hit the head of the lane, and Euro Silverbiz still with the lead. Crown Royal gonna try and run them down from here. A late rally from Liveryman. Euro Silverbiz at the 16th pole is not going to be denied today. Euro Silverbiz wins by 4. Crown Royal second best. Liveryman in third, and fourth to Something Elusive. The Stewards supposed to number 1 Euro Silverbiz as the race winner. Second goes to number 3 Crown Royal. Third to number 5 Liveryman, and fourth to number 2 Something Elusive. They went the opening quarter 22-4. The half 46 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs. A very quick 1:11-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 1, Euro Silver Biz. Euro Silver Biz is a gray-roan gelding, 4 years old, by Fed Biz, out of the Mare Street Sailing by Street Boss. Owned by Martin Yerashak, trained by Rick Wise, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:11-3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Chavi and Chow, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Chavi and Chow. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 7, In the Deep. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. Once again, in this 7th race, number 7, In the Deep, the jockey Arthur Badu. Jackpot high 5 wagering. The jackpot closing in on $40,000. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs, ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this allowance. Optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to tackle 1 mile. Number 7 in the deep, make the rider Arthur Badil. Let's take a look back at race number 6 stretch. Euro Silver Biz didn't get out like he did in his last start and did do a couple of times here at the Downs before. This looked like a different horse today and very impressive.
Yes, very. Maybe a bit of a miss on my part. This is where you want to learn to get better. And you look at took a month off, has 2 really good works coming in, tells you that they maybe figured something out, or, you know, it chased some speed balls last time and was just sharp. Broke so sharp, a couple other horses didn't break as well. And then a horse got brave. There's some talent. This horse was involved last year in some stake races and showing speed, and then went to Turf Paradise. So, yeah, you got to watch for those. We thought there was more speed. But
yeah, it never really panned out that way. But the horse went down in 11-3 on its own, and that's what impressed me the most.
For sure.
Okay, on to race number 7. Let's close this one out before our big Manitoba Derby night on Monday. Mandatory payout of the jackpot pick 5. $1 million plus will be on the line. Stretch, how can we make money in here?
Yes,
for Monday?
when you say $1 million plus, it is plus. It's yes, but we'll conservatively say $1 million. There's lots of options here. So last time the 4 horse went off at 47 some odd dollars there.
$4, 4 to 1. Last time.
The 3. I'm sorry.
Oh, the 3. Himmelstein.
3.
Oh, yeah, you had it too.
Yes. And so that one was there, 12 to 1. And then the other one went off at a little higher odds. They're jumping on board on this 4 horse. I'm going to start with the 2 horse, this big time Gizmo, who was the favorite in this field last time. And now I'm getting 6 to 1. That's where you want to look for value. You're always looking for value. 4's an underlay. 2's the right value. Didn't get out as well as I would have liked. Made a wide move throughout. And because it was too far back, couldn't make up the ground. These horses are good horses, and it's harder to do that at these higher claiming or allowance levels. I think if Siobhan can get this horse maybe a couple lengths closer and maybe not have to go wide, could be right there. It's a tough race. Like I said on ASD Live, I thought all 8 horses in here could win today with the right trip.
Yeah, there's a lot of speed in here. The 3 Himmelstein, the 7 in the deep, and the 8 Monstradamus all have early gas to offer. So I don't see Himmelstein getting away. I like number 8 Monstradamus simply because press the early pace, 46-2 to the half mile, and then the horse stayed on, was beaten by an allowance, second level allowance dropper into the first level, and maybe sometime was another rallier in that field that couldn't get by, even though it was a compact field, couldn't get by for second. That showed that this horse definitely belongs, and I'm getting 4 to 1 today. I like those odds.
That's for sure. I'm going to go to my longer shot in here in the deep. This horse is very similar to the type of horse that beat the 8, right around the higher level allowance and right there. Basically needed that start for sure, likes going a little bit longer. It's going to be close to the pace. Might be able to sit just behind. So that's my horse for sure at 9-1.
Yeah, In the Deep is way better going around 2 turns. I also like number 1, Uncle Mo's Cat. Finally woke up last time out, only lost by a narrow head, and now gets a little bit more distance. That it did run at Oaklawn Park, a mile and a 1/16. Needs speed to run at. Is going to get it today. Important rail draw. Uncle Mo's Cat, a good shot.
Yeah, good shot, getting the right price. Let's better talk about the really slow that's been, as you kind
Yeah.
of running really fast. Moving up in class, the figures are there, should get the trip. If it runs back, it's going to be right there. It's tough going 3 consecutive wins against some very stiff competition. It can be there. It's got to be running just as good as that last race to be there. You better get better value than that, but go for
Yeah,
it.
I agree with that. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7. Stretch. What do you have?
All right, here we go. Finishing off big to...
Crazy Stretch Triac.
Yes, it is. It's a different one. 127 with 127. A couple prices in there. With kind of the speed of the other fringe players with 348. And then 127. Wedge it in with the 348 with the 127. Each ticket, $18. You're looking at me strange, Kirt.
I'm just wondering how you figured it out. Did you have to go on HPI and punch it in, or did you do the math on that?
I did do the math. I've played this before, so let's bring
Okay.
it in. Take it away, Kirt. Last
And
bet.
myself, I'm also doing a triactor. I'm taking the 1-8, 1-8 with all, and I'm doing the wedge. 1-8 with all for second, 1-8 for third. Each of them costs $12, a total of $24. Good luck with all your wagers, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for the Manitoba Derby Night edition of ASD Live. The horse are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 1 mile for $16,500. Number 1 is Uncle Mo's Cat, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Big Time Gizmo, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Siobhan Bell. Number 3 is Himmelstein, owned by Goose Racing, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Really Slow, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Percibility, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Black Ops, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Praven Badry. Number 7 is In the Deep, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the field is number 8, Monstradamus, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 7, 2 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, closing out the week on a competitive field. The boys going a mile, and so watch out, wide open field. I like the 2 at 6 to 1. I think you're going to get a good trip here, right behind potential speed battle between the 4 and the 8. And the longest shot on the board, don't leave this one out. That's the 7 in the deep. This horse likes going the distance. Will be close to the pace and could make that move and hang on. So watch out for there. So I'm going to go 2, 1, and 7. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 8, Monstradamus. Ran a huge race last time out. Pressed the early pace, which was Suicide Fractions, but stuck around for second. And I really like that in the 8. I also like number 1, Uncle Mo's Cat. Really woke up last time out. And I think we'll get a good trip with all the speed that is in here. I'm going to give you 8-1 here in race number 7.
It's post time.
Uncle Mo's Cat, Big Time Gizmo, and Himmelstein in the gate. Really Slow is in. Next up, Percibility. Black Ops steps up. And in. 2 left to go. In the deep. And just waiting on Monstradamus to the outside. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Monstradamus away well, but Himmelstein quickly goes out and secures the lead by a length in the deep on the outside to put on some early pressure. Monstradamus 3 wide, settled back on the rail. Uncle Mo's Cat. To the outside, Big Time Gizmo and Black Ops running together. A 4 wide bid by Persability, and the early trailer really slow. They went the opening quarter in 24 seconds, and Himmelstein still with the lead in the deep on the outside in second. Monstradamus moving up closer in third. Uncle Mo's Cat trying to find a seam on the rail. Sitting behind them, that's Big Time Gizmo with Black Ops to the back of the field with really slow. The half a quick 48-1, and it's in the deep with a short lead. Monstradamus. Carreno pulls the trigger and now takes over as the leader. Himmelstein trying to fight back on the inside in the deep back to third. Uncle Mo's Cat is looking for a seam to get through as they hit the head of the lane. It's Monstradamus with that lead. Uncle Mo's Cat free sailing on the outside. These two are going to battle it down. Monstradamus digging in, and looks like it's going to hang on. Second best, Uncle Mo's Cat. Third's going to go to really slow. Fourth, Himmelstein. And fifth, Big Time Gizmo. The Stewart's supposed to number 8, Monstradamus, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Uncle Mo's Cat. Third to number 4, Really Slow. And fourth to number 3, Himmelstein. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds. The half 48-1. 6 furlongs, 113-2. Time for the mile, 140-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 8, Monstradamus. Monstradamus is a gray or roan gelding, 5 years old, by Curling to Mischief, out of the mare Monstroness by Rockhard 10. Owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreno. Time for the mile, 140-2. Congratulations goes out to jockey Jorge Carreno, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Jorge Carreno. Now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30. And don't forget, Monday is the $100,000 Manitoba Derby, presented by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Post time, 7:30 p.m. See you then. But now, everybody on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.